Tonight we journey north, into the icy heart of the Viking world. Forget dragons and longships for a moment. Imagine standing barefoot in a wooden hut, frost creeping up the walls, breath puffing like smoke in the dim light. This is not a fantasy. This is Viking survival. Before we dive in, hit that like button and subscribe if you love uncovering the gritty realities of ancient life. Let us know in the comments where you are watching from and what your temperature is. It might be warmer than what these Norse survivors endured. Now throw on your thickest cloak, tighten your woolen mittens, and prepare to explore how the Vikings outlasted some of the harshest winters Europe has ever known. To understand just how extraordinary this endurance was, we need to confront what winter in the Viking Age really meant. The Scandinavian landscape was unforgiving. Snow-laden forests, icy fjords, and weeks or even months of darkness, especially in the northern reaches. Winters were long, biting, and absolutely merciless. Survival was not a passive state. It was an act of daily, conscious resilience. The first step to appreciating Viking survival is to dismiss modern assumptions. They had no central heating, no insulated boots from high-tech fibers, no emergency services. Everything, and I mean everything, that kept them alive had to be either harvested, crafted, or remembered from ancestral knowledge. The Norse people didn't just survive winter. They did so with a system of traditions, technologies, and tenacity that should leave us thoroughly impressed. Let's set the scene. The year is roughly 875 AD. You are part of a small Norse farming community on the coast of western Norway. Snow has already blanketed the ground for over a month. The sea is a black, roaring beast, and the land is locked under a deep freeze. The sun barely rises above the horizon, giving you only a few dim hours of daylight. Inside your longhouse, the hearth is constantly burning, not just for comfort, but for life. The walls are covered in animal skins to block the drafts. Smoke coils lazily through the rafters because chimneys haven't yet become standard. You're used to breathing in the acrid scent of firewood, wool, and stew all blended together. You wake in the same woolen tunic you slept in. You share your bed with your spouse, children, and perhaps even a cousin or servant. Not just for social reasons, but for heat. The temperature inside is better than outside, but still cold enough that your breath fogs the air. Breakfast is last night's porridge, reheated. Maybe some dried fish. If you're lucky, a bit of goat cheese or a scoop of sigh. Water is kept from freezing in clay vessels near the fire. You eat while planning the chores for the day, mending tools, checking livestock, churning butter, spinning wool. There's no such thing as idleness, even in deep winter. Every hour is used wisely, because wasting energy means risking survival. You understand this in your bones, just as your parents and grandparents did. Your community's elders talk about winters past, the bad ones, when snow drifted so high it blocked doorways, when wolves came down from the hills, when the grain stores ran out early and people chewed on boiled bark. You listen closely, not just out of respect, but because their stories are filled with survival lessons. How to layer furs, how to treat frostbite, how to predict storms by the wind's voice alone. Religion plays a part too. Odin, god of wisdom, is invoked in cold months to grant knowledge and strength. Thor is thanked when the roof holds against another storm. At Yule, the winter solstice celebration, you sacrifice a goat or a boar to the gods, not just for favor, but to rally community spirits during the darkest nights. This was winter in the Viking world. Not just an environmental challenge, but a cultural cornerstone. Everything revolved around surviving it. The food you grew, the clothes you wore, the gods you prayed to. Every action was a preparation for the cold. In this series, we'll examine all of it: how they dressed, what they ate, how they built homes, how they cared for animals, and how they fought off the loneliness and despair of sunless days. Because Viking winter survival wasn't about enduring one night. It was about mastering an entire season of ice, wind, and darkness. So if you've ever wondered what it would take to thrive in the age of axes and ice, stick with us. We're about to uncover the truth behind one of history's toughest cold weather cultures. And by the end of it, you might just feel grateful for your central heating. To truly grasp the harshness of a Viking winter, we must begin with the terrain. Scandinavia in the Viking Age was a mosaic of landscapes shaped by glacial history and raw natural power. Norway, with its steep fjords and mountainous terrain, forced communities into narrow coastal strips and isolated valleys. Sweden offered vast boreal forests and frozen lakes, while Denmark, relatively milder but still frigid, had wind-swept plains and rugged coasts. This wasn't just cold country. This was cold with a personality, and every region presented its own survival puzzles. From October through May, much of the land would freeze. Snowfall was heavy and unrelenting. In the far north, the sun could disappear for months. Without the conveniences of clocks and calendars, Vikings tracked time by natural cues: the migration of birds, the hardening of the earth, the dimming of the daylight. The cold wasn't just inconvenient, it was dangerous. A misstep on an icy slope could lead to injury or death. Exposure to the elements could kill in hours. Avalanches, blizzards, and sudden freezes were constant threats. The rugged geography also made travel nearly impossible during winter, isolating communities and making self-reliance absolutely critical. And yet, the Vikings not only survived this geography, they thrived in it. The key was understanding the rhythm of the land. They didn't fight the seasons, they anticipated them. Settlement placement, for instance, was strategic. Villages were often built near natural resources like freshwater springs, firewood supplies, or sheltered coves. South-facing slopes were ideal, as they received more sunlight and thawed earlier in spring. Winter preparation began in summer. Wood was chopped, dried, and stacked. Crops like barley and rye were harvested and stored. Salted and dried fish, smoked meats, and fermented dairy were packed away. Nothing was wasted. Everything had a purpose. Even the architecture reflected this deep relationship with geography. Longhouses were partially dug into the ground to benefit from the Earth's natural insulation. Roofs were heavily thatched or turfed over with sod, which not only trapped warmth, but also added a layer of camouflage against winter winds. Windows were rare or absent. Light was a luxury, and warmth was the priority. Waterways, though frozen in winter, became highways during the thaw. This seasonal transformation shaped trade, travel, and warfare. Fjords and rivers were essential lifelines, bringing in goods during navigable months and offering frozen passage when solid. Snowshoes and skis were common tools, not sports equipment. Sleds pulled by dogs or horses allowed limited transport during the harshest months. The Viking relationship with their land was one of both reverence and resilience. They respected its power and worked with it. That meant knowing when to venture out and when to hunker down. It meant listening to the wind, watching the sky, and learning from experience, both their own and that of their ancestors. So as we continue our journey into the Viking winter, keep this landscape in mind. It wasn't just the backdrop, it was the battlefield. Every frozen ridge, every snow-choked valley was a challenge to be met with grit, knowledge, and a deep-rooted connection to place. The geography of frost and fjords didn't break the Vikings, it made them. Step inside a Viking longhouse, and the first thing you'll notice is the darkness. There are no glass windows here, no bright chandeliers, no electric lights humming overhead. A faint glow flickers from a central hearth, casting long shadows over rough-hewn timber walls. The smell is thick: smoke, wool, dirt, and human presence. And despite the fire, there's a chill in the air. But make no mistake, this home is a fortress against the cold. Viking homes were architectural marvels of practicality. Designed to resist the Nordic winter rather than dominate it, they were built with insulation and simplicity in mind. The most iconic structure was the longhouse, so named because it was, quite literally, long. These buildings could measure anywhere from 15 to 75 meters in length, depending on the wealth of the family and the number of occupants, both human and animal. Construction started with a deep understanding of the environment. Builders used locally sourced timber, stone, turf, and sometimes clay. Stone foundations were often laid to provide stability and reduce rot, while the walls were constructed from vertical wooden planks or wattle and daub, a mix of twigs, straw, and mud. For added insulation, many longhouses had walls lined with turf or layered with moss. The roof was a marvel of pre-modern engineering. Made of overlapping planks or thatch and covered with sod, it created a living, insulating blanket. The sod would freeze during winter, ironically increasing the structure's ability to trap heat. Sometimes grasses or even herbs were planted in the turf, adding a layer of green life above the heads of slumbering Vikings. Inside, the layout was straightforward, but efficient. A central hearth ran down the middle of the home, usually a long stone trench where fires burned low and steady. There were no chimneys, so smoke lingered under the roof before escaping through small vents or simply seeping through the eaves. It wasn't comfortable by modern standards, but it was effective. Smoke helped insulate the home, and even preserved wood and meat hung in the rafters. Along each side of the central fire were raised platforms. These were multifunctional. They served as seating by day and sleeping areas by night. Beneath them, storage compartments held tools, food, and valuables. Everyone slept in the same room: families, servants, and sometimes even animals like sheep or goats. This wasn't just for convenience or care, it was a thermal strategy. Every living body contributed heat to the shared space. The doors were small and low, requiring people to stoop to enter. This minimized the amount of warm air that escaped and cold air that entered. There were no glass windows. If openings existed at all, they were covered with animal hides or wooden shutters. By day, these might be propped open slightly for light. By night, they were firmly sealed. During the deepest part of winter, these homes became the entire world for their occupants. Activities were structured around the need to conserve warmth and maintain the fire. Everyone had a role: gathering fuel, maintaining the hearth, cooking, or tending to livestock indoors. The longhouse was more than a dwelling. It was a survival engine. Some wealthier families had separate rooms or small partitions for storage or privacy, but the vast majority lived communally. Privacy was an abstract luxury. Warmth was the true currency. Bedding was made of straw, animal skins, and woolen blankets. Clothes were hung near the hearth to dry or air out. Food was kept in wooden crates, ceramic jars, or even buried outside in pits lined with snow and straw. Despite the closeness, or perhaps because of it, longhouses were centers of culture and continuity. This is where sagas were told, where skills were passed down, and where the rhythms of Viking family life pulsed steadily through the dark season. Children played with wooden toys or learned to carve. Adults spun wool, mended clothes, or practiced crafts. Elders shared wisdom, myth, and cautionary tales from winters long past. Longhouses also served as economic hubs. Some families conducted small-scale trade or bartering directly from their homes. Sheltered from the worst of the weather, goods could be exchanged, and plans for spring planting or raiding made in relative comfort. Of course, these homes weren't perfect. Fires sometimes got out of control. Ventilation was poor, and smoke inhalation likely led to respiratory problems. Dampness and mold were constant battles. Yet for their time and place, Viking longhouses were extraordinarily suited to the challenge of surviving the Nordic winter. And remember, Vikings didn't think of their homes as primitive. To them, these buildings were strongholds, repositories of warmth, memory, and protection against the endless cold outside. Every beam of wood, every stone in the hearth told a story of adaptation and endurance. So next time you walk into a well-heated room, spare a thought for the ingenuity it took to survive without electricity, glass, or central heating. The Vikings knew that in a land of ice and night, a well-built home was not just shelter, it was salvation. The Vikings didn't have Gore-Tex jackets, heated boots, or thermal underwear, but they were masters of cold-weather dressing. Fashion in the Viking world wasn't about style, it was about survival. Clothing had to insulate, protect, and endure the wear and tear of a rugged life spent both indoors by the hearth and outdoors in ice-crusted fields, snowy forests, and biting wind. So how did they dress to defeat the Nordic winter? Let's step inside the Viking wardrobe. The base of every Viking outfit started with linen. Underclothes were often made from this breathable, lighter fabric, a material ideal for layering. Linen shirts and brays, a form of shorts or underwear, were worn next to the skin. These underlayers helped wick away moisture, which was crucial in cold climates, where dampness could be deadly. Staying dry, after all, was as important as staying warm. Above this base came the real stars of the Viking winter wardrobe: woolen garments. Wool was the miracle fabric of the north. It was naturally insulating, breathable, and water-resistant. Vikings wore wool tunics that reached the thighs or knees, often dyed with plant-based colors like madder red, woad blue, or birch brown. Trousers were also wool, tailored in a simple but functional design that allowed freedom of movement for farming, crafting, or raiding. Layering was essential. Over their tunics, Vikings often wore heavier cloaks, fastened at the shoulder with decorative brooches or simple bone pins. These cloaks could be wrapped tightly for warmth and even used as impromptu blankets. In wealthier households, cloaks might be lined with fur, squirrel, fox, or even bear, offering an extra layer of luxury and protection. For the head, which loses heat fastest in winter, a wool or fur cap was worn. These varied from simple round caps to pointed or ear-flapped designs, all hand-stitched and often adorned with embroidery. Scarves or neck wrappings helped seal in body heat. Mittens and gloves, also woolen or fur-lined, were crucial, especially for outdoor work. Vikings understood that protecting the extremities was key to staving off frostbite. Feet were another critical area. Viking shoes were made of soft leather, typically cowhide, and were stitched with minimal seams to avoid letting moisture in. They were simple turn shoes, often without hard soles. To combat the cold, straw or wool was stuffed inside the shoes for insulation. Some even wrapped their feet in strips of wool or animal hide. Primitive but effective cold weather hacks. Children were dressed similarly to adults, though often in hand-me-downs. Babies were tightly wrapped in woolen swaddles and kept close to their mothers or near the hearth. Elderly Vikings, more vulnerable to cold, were given the warmest spots in the house and sometimes additional furs. Let's talk about fur, because it was everywhere. Fur wasn't just worn for fashion. It was sewn into garments, layered in bedding, and even used as currency. Reindeer, bear, and beaver pelts were particularly valuable, and fur trading was a major economic activity. The Vikings' trade networks brought in Arctic fox and sable from the far north, making fur both a survival necessity and a status symbol. Clothing was handmade, always. Spinning wool, weaving cloth, and sewing garments were daily tasks, often performed during the long winter months. Women in particular were responsible for this critical craft. They spun wool using drop spindles, wove on vertical looms, and sewed using bone or metal needles with plant-based threads or sinew. Every garment was a labor of love and necessity. Color and decoration had their place too. While the poor may have worn plain browns and greys, wealthier Vikings wore brightly dyed clothes and added woven trims or tablet-woven borders to hems and cuffs. These were not merely decorative, they reinforced the fabric and slowed wear and tear. Even the practical could be beautiful. Belts, typically leather, were functional accessories. They held pouches, knives, fire-striking tools, and sometimes small personal items like combs or amulets. Vikings didn't carry bags as we know them. Their belongings hung from their belts or were tucked into cloaks. One overlooked item of clothing was the leg wrap. These strips of wool were wrapped from ankle to knee, secured with pins or tied off with leather thongs. Leg wraps provided additional insulation and protected trousers from mud and snow. They also gave support during long days of walking or working. In extreme conditions, Vikings had winter cloaks made from entire animal hides, worn fur-side in or out, depending on the weather. In blizzards or bitter winds, layering these over standard wool outfits turned a person into a walking fortress. It wasn't elegant, but it kept them alive. When Vikings traveled, whether to another farmstead or across the sea, they packed extra garments wrapped in waterproof leather or waxed cloth. Spare mittens, socks, and headgear were essential, especially on long sled or boat journeys. Archaeological finds, including textile remnants, combs, and spindle whorls, confirm much of this clothing knowledge. The Oseberg ship burial, for example, revealed intricate wool weaves, dyed cloth, and decorated accessories that show how seriously the Vikings took the art and survival science of dressing for winter. In short, Viking clothing was functional, layered, rugged, and ingeniously adapted to the Nordic climate. These people didn't just toss on a cloak and hope for the best. They engineered their outfits to trap warmth, repel snow, and hold up to hard use. Their fashion sense wasn't about vanity. It was a technology, one as critical as the longhouse or the hearth. So the next time you bundle up in your winter coat, remember that 1,000 years ago, someone was threading wool through a bone needle by the fire, weaving not just cloth, but the difference between survival and freezing. The Viking wardrobe was a life-saving invention, stitched, spun, and worn with care. When winter wrapped Scandinavia in its icy grip, warmth wasn't a luxury. It was a battle, and that battle was fought with fire, not just for comfort or light, but for life itself. The Vikings knew this intimately. So how did they fuel their hearths through those long, dark months when even the sun seemed to hibernate. Let's stoke the coals and dive into how the Norse kept their fires burning. First, let's consider the fire itself, the literal heart of every Viking home. Most longhouses had a central hearth, a long rectangular fire pit that ran through the middle of the room. There was no chimney, no flue. Smoke from the fire rose slowly into the rafters and seeped out through the roof or through gaps in the beams. Yes, it made the air smoky, but it also helped preserve meat hanging from the ceiling and warmed the structure evenly. To maintain this fire, day after day, week after week, required foresight and discipline. You couldn't afford to let the fire die out, especially during the worst months. Restarting a fire wasn't easy. It meant friction-based fire starting, like using flint and steel or a fire bow. That took precious time and energy. And in winter, time and energy were precious commodities. Most households kept embers smoldering even overnight, banking coals under ashes to preserve the heat. But where did the fuel come from? That depended on location. In forested parts of Scandinavia, firewood was gathered during the warmer seasons and meticulously stacked near the home, often raised off the damp ground to keep it dry. Different woods served different purposes. Birch bark caught flame quickly. Pine burned hot but fast. Oak burned long and steady, but was harder to split. Wood wasn't just used for fire, it was also needed for construction, tools and ships, which meant there was a constant balancing act. Use too much for fire, and you jeopardize building materials. Use too little, and you freeze. This delicate equilibrium was part of everyday life. In regions where trees were scarce, like parts of Iceland or the Faroe Islands, Vikings had to get creative. They used peat, cut from bogs during the summer and dried into dense blocks. Peat doesn't burn as hot as wood, but it was abundant, relatively easy to harvest, and compact. Its slow, steady burn made it ideal for keeping embers alive overnight. Animal dung was another fuel source, especially in agricultural communities. Cattle dung could be mixed with straw and dried into patties, which were burned in hearths. It wasn't glamorous. It didn't smell nice, but it worked. And then there was driftwood, nature's gift from the sea. In coastal areas, particularly in Iceland, driftwood was vital. Logs carried across the ocean would wash up on shore, weathered and salt-soaked, but still usable. Families gathered it obsessively, and laws even arose about who had claim to certain beaches. But fire wasn't only about fuel, it was about efficiency. Vikings used cooking tripods, stones and clay ovens to manage heat. Iron cauldrons hung over flames, boiling stews and porridge. Flat stones were heated and used to bake bread. And above the fire, dried fish, sausage links and slabs of meat smoked slowly in the rafters, both preserved and protected by the smoke. Meals were made to warm the body and soul. Winter stews often included barley, root vegetables like turnips or carrots, and chunks of meat or dried fish. Fat was not just welcome, it was essential. High-fat foods provided more energy and helped keep people warm. Rendered animal fat, called tallow, was also used to make candles and oil lamps, another crucial source of light and warmth. To light fires when traveling, Vikings carried flint kits, small pouches with flint, steel, and tinder, made from dried fungus or bark. Starting a fire on a snowy mountainside wasn't easy, but they had practiced it from childhood. In communal gatherings, fire had a symbolic and spiritual element too. Sacred hearths were lit during festivals like Yule. Torches illuminated processions. Bonfires marked rituals. Fire was more than utility. It was a connection to the gods. Loki, the fire bringer, was feared and respected. Hearths were sometimes associated with the goddess Frigg, and keeping a fire burning in her honor was thought to bring luck and protection. Children were taught fire safety early, not because their parents read parenting manuals, but because a mistake with fire could destroy an entire home. Accidental fires were deadly, and in close-knit communities, one blaze could wipe out several families' winter stores. During storms or deep freezes, families huddled close to the hearth. Stories were told to distract from the howling wind. Meals were shared around the warmth. The hearth became the center of physical and emotional survival. It was here that sagas were spoken, songs were sung, and legends passed on. Even ashes had use. They were used in tanning hides, making lye for soap, and sometimes spread over icy paths for traction. Nothing went to waste. Every stage of the fire's life, from flame to ember to ash, was part of the survival toolkit. So when we ask how the Vikings kept warm, the answer isn't just they had fires. The answer is they mastered fire. They harvested, stored, rationed, and respected it. They built their lives around it. Fire wasn't a background feature in their lives. It was the axis around which their winter world turned. And maybe, just maybe, the next time you light a fireplace, strike a match, or even turn on a central heater, you'll think of the Norse families who knelt beside their hearths, feeding the flame like it was their last hope. Because sometimes it was. When you picture the Viking Age in winter, you might imagine people huddled near a fire, wrapped in furs, simply waiting for the thaw. But that couldn't be further from the truth. The idea that winter brought idleness to the Norse is a myth, a romantic one maybe, but a myth nonetheless. The Vikings worked through winter, not only because they had to, but because the cold season offered a unique opportunity to tend to the tools of their survival. Winter was a time of reflection and preparation. With farming paused due to frozen soil and deep snow, daily life shifted indoors. But inside didn't mean idle. It meant maintenance, repair, creation, and preservation. This was the time to sharpen axes, mend clothing, patch nets, and prepare gear for the warmer seasons. The longhouse, which we've already seen as a haven from the cold, now turned into a workshop, classroom, and community hub. By the light of the central hearth or smoky oil lamps, men carved wood, repaired weapons, and crafted sleds or ski runners. Women spun wool, wove textiles, dyed fabrics, and stitched garments. Children were included, learning by watching, mimicking, and assisting. The household became a living engine of production. Textile work in particular thrived in winter. Spinning wheels and drop spindles were in near constant use. Wool, sheared in spring and summer, was now processed and spun into yarn. Weaving followed on vertical looms, sometimes with entire rooms devoted to textile work. A single cloak might take weeks to make, and winter provided that time. Leatherworking was another winter craft. Animal hides, cured earlier in the year, were cut and shaped into shoes, belts, and pouches. Bone and antler, collected from hunts or scavenged, became needles, combs, knife handles, and buttons. These materials were too valuable to waste, and winter gave people the hours to work them properly. Toolmaking and repairs also took center stage. Iron was in short supply and high demand. Broken tools weren't discarded. They were reforged. Blacksmithing, though limited in winter, due to fuel scarcity, was still essential. The bellows blew, the anvil rang, and skilled hands reshaped worn blades, arrowheads, and nails. This was also a season for communal storytelling and education. The oral tradition was strong among the Norse, and long winter nights were prime time for sagas. Elders shared tales of gods, heroes, and past winters, some glorious, some tragic. Children memorized family histories, battle strategies, and farming wisdom. Knowledge wasn't written down, it was sung, spoken, and shared. Planning was another vital winter task. Spring would bring planting and seafaring. In winter, elders met to plan the year's crops, assign labor, and plot voyages. Resources were inventoried, risks calculated. If a family was short on grain or fuel, they had to barter, trade, or find help. Waiting until spring would be too late. And trade didn't stop completely. In some places, frozen rivers became temporary roads. Traders wrapped in layers of wool and fur hauled goods across snow on sleds. Animal pelts, dried fish, salt and honey moved between isolated homesteads and larger settlements. While long voyages were rare in midwinter, regional trade persisted. Religious life was also active. The Yule festival, celebrating the winter solstice, was a key event. Lasting several days, it involved feasts, sacrifices, drinking, and rituals to honor gods like Odin and Thor. Yule wasn't just about marking the sun's return. It was a psychological survival tool. It brought communities together, boosted morale, and reaffirmed social bonds. Winter also deepened domestic relationships. With everyone indoors, social hierarchies were on full display. Elders directed tasks, parents taught skills, roles were enforced and challenged. Conflicts could emerge, but so too could deeper bonds. Shared hardship fostered empathy and resilience. And then there were the unexpected chores, dealing with illness, tending to animals giving birth, fixing roofs torn by storms. Winter demanded constant alertness. The notion of sitting idle was not just unwise, it was unthinkable. So the next time someone claims that Vikings spent winter doing nothing, remember the thrum of the loom, the ring of the hammer, the hush of a story told by firelight. Winter was work, it was culture, it was continuity, and in many ways, it was the season that most defined Viking life. When we talk about Viking survival in the unforgiving Nordic winter, we often think of human ingenuity, clothing, fire, food. But one crucial element is frequently overlooked: animals. To the Vikings, animals were not just livestock or beasts of burden. They were essential winter allies. Whether through strength, sustenance, warmth, or companionship, animals were an integral part of enduring the darkest, coldest months. Let's start with livestock. Cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and chickens were central to the Norse farm economy. These animals were often brought indoors during winter, not just to protect them from the cold, but to benefit the humans as well. Sharing a longhouse with animals may sound unhygienic to modern ears, but it served a purpose. The body heat from even a few cows or goats helped warm the shared living space. Cows were prized for more than just warmth. They provided milk, which could be fermented into skyr or butter. Even during winter, if well fed, a good cow could continue producing. Their manure was collected, dried, and used as fuel, a renewable energy source in regions where firewood was scarce. In the spring, they could be used for plowing. Sheep and goats gave milk, meat, and, crucially, wool. Wool was the primary textile for Viking clothing, and winter was a time to process it. Goats were especially hardy, able to forage even in light snow, and required less space than cattle. Their agility also made them easier to keep in more rugged terrain. Pigs were often slaughtered in late autumn, providing meat that was preserved by salting, smoking, or drying. Pork fat, rendered into lard, was vital for cooking and warmth. Chickens were relatively easy to shelter, and offered eggs through much of the winter, though their laying rates declined with shorter daylight. Then there were the working animals. Horses and oxen were the Viking tractors and trucks. They hauled wood, pulled sleds, and were used for winter travel. Horses in particular were a hardy breed, with thick coats and strong instincts. Viking horses weren't giant war steeds. They were small, stocky, and sure-footed, perfect for navigating snowy terrain. Dogs were everywhere in the Viking world. They served as herders, guards, hunters, and companions. Some were large, built for pulling sleds. Others were agile enough for tracking game or defending the homestead. Dogs also served emotional roles, offering companionship in the long months of isolation. Cats, too, earned their keep. Beyond being linked to Freya, the Norse goddess of love and fertility, cats were efficient pest control. They kept grain stores clear of rodents, protecting precious winter supplies. They were also valued for their warmth. Many families let them sleep near the fire or in bedding. Falcons and other birds of prey were used by some Viking elites for hunting. Though not common among farmers, falconry existed as a winter sport and food-gathering technique among the wealthy. These birds symbolized prestige and skill and were often exchanged as diplomatic gifts. Let's not forget reindeer, especially in the far north. While not part of the everyday Viking farming toolkit, reindeer were vital to Sami and northern Scandinavian cultures. They were herded, milked, and used to pull sleds. Viking trade and occasional conflict with these peoples brought knowledge of reindeer into Norse awareness. Hunting and fishing remained important sources of protein during winter. Wild boar, deer, elk, and birds were hunted when food stores ran low. Snares, traps, and bows were used, and skilled hunters could track animals even in heavy snow. Ice fishing provided fresh food during the freeze. Holes were cut in frozen lakes, and baited lines dropped through. Some families relied on this method to supplement salted fish stores. Every animal byproduct had a use. Hides became clothing and shoes. Sinew turned into thread. Bones were carved into tools. Horns became drinking vessels. Even animal bladders were sometimes used to store liquids. In a Viking household, waste was not a concept. Beyond utility, animals held symbolic value. Horses were sacred in many Norse rituals. They were sacrificed during Yule and sometimes buried with their owners. Dogs and birds were associated with gods like Odin. To kill or mistreat an animal was to risk divine wrath and social shame. Raising animals in winter wasn't easy. They needed shelter, bedding, and fodder. Summer was the time to prepare. Hay was harvested, grain stored, stalls cleaned and fortified. Managing livestock was a full-time responsibility, requiring vigilance and care. A single disease outbreak could mean starvation later. Veterinary care, while rudimentary, did exist. Herbal remedies were used, injuries were treated with poultices, and animal health was monitored closely. Knowledge of animal behavior, gained from generations of observation, was passed down as vital lore. So when you imagine Viking survival, picture this: a longhouse, warmed by a central hearth and the quiet breath of cattle, children feeding chickens, a dog curled up near the fire, a woman spinning wool from a sheep she helped raise. The connection between people and animals was not a quaint, pastoral image. It was the foundation of winter survival. Without their animal allies, the Vikings wouldn't have lasted a single season. These creatures were not just food, warmth, and labor. They were part of the family, part of the system, and part of the story. The Norse didn't just conquer the cold. They brought the barn indoors and let life, in all its forms, help shoulder the weight of winter. If you were a Viking looking to survive the long Nordic winter, the single most important question wasn't what to wear, it was what to eat. The cold could be endured with enough wool and fire, but without food, there was no endurance, no story, no spring. So how did the Norse manage to keep their bellies full from November to April, when the ground was frozen solid and fresh crops were a distant dream? They mastered the art of storage. Winter food security was the result of year-round planning. During the harvest season, every able-bodied person worked to preserve food. Barley, rye, oats, root vegetables and legumes were gathered and dried. Fish were caught in mass quantities and salted or smoked. Meat was butchered and preserved. Dairy was fermented. Every morsel was counted, considered, and stored with care. Let's begin with grains. Vikings grew hardy cereals like barley and rye, which could tolerate the short growing seasons of Scandinavia. These grains were harvested in late summer and dried thoroughly to prevent mold. Once dry, they were stored in large wooden bins or clay-lined pits, usually elevated or sealed to keep out rodents and moisture. Grain was the base of porridge, bread, and even beer, a crucial source of calories and morale. Root vegetables, turnips, carrots, onions were another staple. They were harvested and stored in cool, dark spaces, often buried in pits lined with straw and covered in earth. These cellars kept a consistent temperature and humidity level, preventing freezing while inhibiting rot. Cabbage was similarly preserved, sometimes fermented into a crude form of sauerkraut. Fermentation was a genius technique used throughout Viking food preservation. Milk from cows, goats, and sheep was turned into sigh, a type of thick yogurt, butter, and cheese. These products, especially the harder cheeses and churned butters, could last for months if kept cool and dry. Meat required serious planning. Slaughter happened in autumn, just before the first freeze, when animals had fattened up and feed was limited. This timing also helped ensure the cold itself would assist in preservation. Pork, beef, and lamb were salted, dried, smoked, or even buried in snow. In wealthier households, smokehouses were used to preserve large quantities of meat. Fish were a dietary cornerstone. Coastal communities relied on cod, herring, and salmon. Inland, freshwater fish like pike and perch were common. Vikings employed drying racks, salt barrels, and smoke huts to turn fresh fish into stockfish or smoked fillets. Some dried fish was so hardy it could last an entire year, becoming an essential trade item. Salt was crucial and valuable. It was harvested from salt springs or brought through trade and used to cure meats and fish. Without salt, food preservation would have been drastically limited. Honey, another precious commodity, was also used for preservation, especially in mead making and fermenting berries. Speaking of berries, summer foraging was a vital part of winter prep. Lingonberries, bilberries, cloudberries, and wild apples were picked, dried, or turned into jam and stored in ceramic or wooden containers. While not central to the diet, they offered flavor, vitamins, and a psychological break from the monotony of meat and grain. Storage itself was as important as the food. Vikings used large wooden chests, clay jars, leather pouches, and pits lined with birch bark or straw. Storage buildings, like larders and root cellars, were often separate from the house to protect the food from fire, pests, and temperature shifts. Containers were sealed with wax, resin, or animal fat to make them airtight. Ice and snow were used strategically to freeze or insulate. Grain stores were elevated on stilts to keep out vermin. Smoked meat was hung high in the rafters, both out of reach of animals and close to the warm, dry air near the roof. Portioning was crucial. The winter larder had to last, and everyone knew the price of miscalculation. Overeating in early winter meant starvation in late March. Rationing was a communal responsibility. Women typically oversaw food stores, carefully managing daily portions based on family size, labor needs, and season length. Meals were usually simple: gruel, porridge, flatbreads, and stews. A winter stew might contain dried fish, root vegetables, a few grains, and herbs. A richer household might have sausage, dried fruits, or honeyed cakes. But for most, the goal was sustenance, not indulgence. Spoilage was a constant enemy. A single moldy batch of grain or a failed salt barrel could throw off the winter balance. That's why diversity was key. By storing many types of food in many different ways, the Vikings increased their chances of something surviving. Famine years did occur, especially after poor harvests or long winters. Oral traditions and sagas mention lean times when people were forced to eat bark or make broth from animal hides. These were warnings as much as stories, a reminder that the line between survival and collapse was always thin. Still, the system worked. The average Viking family, through a mix of farming, hunting, foraging, and trading, was able to stockpile enough food to make it through the long winter. Their survival was no accident. It was the result of wisdom passed down, discipline enforced, and community sustained. So the next time you open a refrigerator or grab a snack from a pantry, consider the sheer effort it took for the Vikings to do the same. Without electricity, packaging, or preservatives. They built their winter menus in the heat of summer, and when the snow came, they reaped what they had preserved. Most Viking winter survival stories focus on the homestead, the hearth, and the larder. But not all Vikings stayed home. Some traveled, some traded, some raided. So how did they endure winter's wrath while on the move, far from their longhouses and stockpiles? The answer lies in portable resilience, a toolkit of strategy, strength, and adaptation that allowed Norse warriors and merchants alike to weather the season while away from their villages. Let's begin with raiding. Contrary to the Hollywood image of Vikings braving winter storms in dragon-headed longships, most raids happened in spring and summer. These were seasons of open seas, softer weather, and easier logistics. But there were exceptions. Some raids extended into late autumn and even winter, especially in more temperate parts of Europe, where the cold was less severe than in Scandinavia. These winter campaigns required serious planning. Raiders packed furs, wool, salted meat, and dried fish. Cloaks were doubled, boots insulated with straw. Water was carried in animal bladders or carved wooden flasks, and ale or mead helped prevent freezing. Snowshoes and sleds were essential in northern campaigns, and when rivers froze, they became frozen highways, opening up routes that were impassable in summer. But mobility had its limits. In deep winter, when snow buried the land and sea ice hardened along the coast, even the hardiest raiding parties hunkered down. This is where the resilience came in. Viking crews wintered in enemy territory, in temporary camps or fortified settlements. Evidence from places like York, Dublin, and along the French coast suggests Vikings often built semi-permanent outposts. These winter bases were supplied by local raids, trade, or prior planning. At sea, Viking longships were not designed for winter voyages through ice-choked waters. However, along sheltered coasts or fjords, small craft could still travel short distances. Sea journeys were minimized, and land routes took precedence when the ocean became too treacherous. On land, sleds pulled by horses or dogs allowed efficient travel over snow. Merchants and diplomats also braved the winter roads. Vikings were traders as much as warriors, and trade didn't stop for snow. Fur, iron, amber, and walrus ivory were valuable enough to warrant year-round transport. These travelers relied on similar strategies as raiders: warm clothing, pack animals, and knowledge of the terrain. In all cases, the key was adaptability. Viking travelers didn't expect comfort, they expected challenge. They were trained to read the landscape, build quick shelters, and survive on minimal resources. If they couldn't find shelter in a village, they made their own: snow pits, turf huts, lean-tos. Fire-starting kits were essential. Snow could be melted for water. Wild game and foraged food added to travel rations. Stories from the sagas often describe winter journeys. These tales, part legend and part lived experience, show how deeply embedded this mobility was in Norse culture. One might read of a Viking crossing the mountains in a blizzard to deliver news, or of a warrior spending Yule in a foreign land, honoring the gods by a strange hearth. And let's not forget spiritual survival. Travelers carried talismans, Thor's hammers, runes, carved figures of the gods. They made offerings to the land spirits, Landvetter, and said prayers to Odin and Freya before journeys. In unfamiliar and dangerous landscapes, belief provided guidance and courage. Even in times of war or exile, the Norse adapted. Outlawed men survived in the wilderness through skill and cunning. Hunters and scouts lived in mountain huts for months, moving silently across snowfields. Their knowledge of animal behavior, snow patterns, and firecraft made them winter survivors in their own right. So while most Vikings faced winter from the safety of their homes, others braved it on the move. Whether raiding distant shores, trading in foreign markets, or fleeing into exile, they carried winter with them, not as a threat, but as a challenge. And as always, they rose to meet it. Winter in the far north brings more than just cold. It brings darkness. In the northernmost reaches of Scandinavia, the sun can vanish for weeks at a time. Even farther south, daylight in winter is often limited to a few pale hours each day. For the Vikings, this seasonal dimming was not just an environmental challenge, it was a psychological one. So how did they cope with the long, sunless stretch of winter without losing their minds or their will to endure? To begin with, the Norse had a different relationship with darkness than we do. Modern society equates darkness with danger, fear, and even depression. But in the Viking world, night and darkness were as much a part of life as day and light. They structured their routines around the cycle of the sun and moon. Darkness wasn't an aberration, it was expected. That said, the extended gloom could be deeply taxing. So the Vikings did what all resilient cultures do. They built rituals, myths, and communal activities to turn a threat into a source of meaning. The most well-known of these was the Yule festival, a winter solstice celebration that brought warmth, light, and togetherness to the darkest time of the year. Yule was both practical and spiritual. Fires were lit, feasts were prepared, and communities gathered. Animals were sacrificed, ale was brewed, and stories were shared. It was a time to honor the gods, to share food, and to reaffirm bonds. Yule didn't just ward off spiritual despair, it literally brought people into the same room, where firelight replaced sunlight and laughter replaced silence. The Norse calendar was dotted with similar seasonal milestones, moments that marked the passage of time, even when the sun itself offered no guidance. This rhythm gave shape to the formlessness of winter. The return of light at the solstice was symbolic. It proved the dark would not last forever. Storytelling was a major psychological anchor. Viking sagas were not merely entertainment, they were tools of survival. They reminded people of heroism, lineage, and the endurance of their ancestors. Telling tales by firelight gave people a sense of belonging to each other and to something bigger than their immediate discomfort. Spiritual belief also played a key role. The Norse gods were not distant, perfect beings. They were deeply intertwined with the lives of mortals. Odin wandered the world in disguise. Thor protected against frost giants. Freya brought fertility and warmth. The myths explained the seasons, the cold, and even emotional struggles. They offered explanations for why the sun disappeared and why hardship could lead to glory. Dreams and visions were often considered significant in these months. In the absence of daylight, imagination took on a sacred quality. Prophetic dreams were valued, and runes might be cast to seek divine insight. Shamans and seers gained more attention in winter months, acting as intermediaries between the living and the unseen. Practically speaking, maintaining activity was another method of warding off gloom. Viking households kept busy with crafts, repairs, and storytelling. Work wasn't just about survival. It was about staying mentally engaged. Boredom was dangerous. It could open the door to despair. Keeping one's hands busy kept the mind from wandering too far into the dark. Community helped. Most Viking longhouses held extended families, servants, and sometimes even neighboring villages. This communal living meant constant interaction, shared responsibilities, and collective emotional resilience. Solitude was rare, and isolation was recognized as risky. Music and games were also part of the winter repertoire. Simple instruments, bone flutes, drums, lyres, were played to accompany songs. Games involving dice, boards, or carved pieces kept children and adults alike entertained. Singing, chanting, and rhythm had a meditative effect, helping to elevate spirits. Even the layout of Viking homes played a role in combating darkness. The hearth was central, visually and emotionally. Fires were kept burning through the day and night. Lamps filled with fish oil or animal fat were lit in corners. Every flicker of flame helped push back the gloom, both literally and symbolically. The Norse also believed in cycles. Their worldview was steeped in the idea that everything moved in circles: day and night, life and death, summer and winter. This cyclical mindset offered psychological armor against the bleakness. They didn't ask if winter would end. They knew it would. That knowledge, baked into their culture, was a quiet kind of hope. Finally, they laughed. Viking humor, often dark and irreverent, thrived in winter. Mock feasts, riddles, and satire were common at gatherings. Laughter, like fire, was another light in the dark. So how did the Vikings survive the mental strain of Nordic winter? They didn't suppress it. They acknowledged it. They honored it. And then they fought back with firelight, fellowship, and folklore. The cold was not just a fact of Viking life. It was a force. And like all forces of nature, the Vikings gave it myth, meaning, and magic. For them, the brutal Nordic winter wasn't simply weather. It was a spiritual landscape filled with gods, giants, and fate itself. To survive the long night, they didn't just rely on fire and furs, they relied on stories. At the heart of Norse mythology is a universe constantly in tension between chaos and order, warmth and cold. The gods of Asgard didn't live in comfort. They fought to keep the forces of winter and destruction at bay. Frost giants, Jotnar, who ruled over icy realms like Jotunheim, represented primal cold and untamed nature. The Vikings believed these beings were not evil, but necessary, challenging the gods, testing the world, and giving context to human struggle. Ymir, the first being in Norse mythology, was a frost giant. His death gave birth to the world. His flesh became the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, and his skull the sky. From cold and chaos came structure. This foundational myth positioned winter as part of cosmic balance. Without frost, there was no fire. Without darkness, no dawn. The gods themselves were not immune to cold. Odin, the All-Father, wandered the world cloaked in mystery, seeking wisdom even in desolate, frozen places. Thor, god of thunder, often battled giants in snow-covered realms, wielding Mjolnir not just against enemies, but against nature itself. Skadi, a Jotun and goddess of winter and hunting, was revered as much as feared. She symbolized the wild, the mountains, the ice, and the survival instincts required to master them. The Norse marked the turning points of the season with mythic cycles. The winter solstice, celebrated as Yule, was a sacred time. It was said that during Yule, Odin rode across the sky in the wild hunt, a spectral procession of the dead and supernatural beings. This belief served both as caution and comfort. To leave offerings or light fires during Yule was to participate in a cosmic ritual of survival. The Norse calendar was deeply mythological. The passing of time was linked to cosmic events. The slow grinding of Yggdrasil's roots, the breath of Nidhogg the dragon, the steps of the Norns weaving fate. Winter, in this view, was not just a season. It was a domain within a larger spiritual map. Surviving it was a kind of pilgrimage. Magic was not just illusion or superstition. It was woven into Viking life. Seder, a form of Norse magic practiced by seers and shamans, often women, could be used to foresee the future, summon protective spirits, or influence the weather. In winter, these practices took on special importance. Dark months required light of another kind, spiritual light. Runes, too, were tools of power. These weren't just letters, they were symbols filled with divine energy. A rune carved on a doorframe might ward off evil spirits. A rune on a blade might ensure victory. In winter, runes were often consulted to make decisions: when to travel, whom to trust, what to ration. Magic was not escapism, it was navigation. Even the sagas, epic stories of Viking heroes, were charged with supernatural moments. A frozen battlefield might be watched over by Valkyries. A storm might be sent by angry gods. An unusually long winter might be a sign of imbalance in the world. These stories gave shape to chaos, and in doing so, helped the Norse endure it. And then there was Ragnarok, the mythic end of the world. It was said to begin with Fimbulwinter, an unending, brutal season of snow and ice. 3 winters with no summer between. The death of crops, the collapse of order. It was a terrifying idea, but also a strangely honest one. The Vikings knew how thin the margin between survival and annihilation could be. Ragnarok was not just an ending, it was an acknowledgement of reality. Yet even Ragnarok had a glimmer of hope. After the gods fell, after the world was destroyed by frost and fire, a new world would rise. Green again, fresh. 2 humans would survive, hidden in the world tree, and life would begin anew. In the end, even mythic winter was not eternal. So when you ask how the Vikings survived the cold, look to their gods. Look to their stories. They did not deny winter. They made it sacred. They saw in it the echoes of giants, the power of fate, and the chance for renewal. Winter, for the Vikings, was more than just a season. It was a crucible, a test of resilience, a challenge from the gods, a time when life slowed down but never stood still. As the long dark gave way to spring light, what remained wasn't just the survival of a people, but the survival of a world view. one forged in cold, bound by community, and immortalized in story. The echoes of Viking winters reverberate today in the cultures of the North, in the flicker of firelight on a stormy night, in the quiet reverence for the natural world, in the warmth shared between people who know what it means to endure together. Their legacy is not in their battles or ships alone, but in the quiet, daily acts of survival that defined their winters. They didn't just overcome the cold, they adapted to it, honored it, and in many ways became part of it. The Viking world was not one of denial, but of deep integration with their environment. They read the snow like a scroll, listened to the winds like old songs, and treated fire as both a tool and a totem. Modern people often ask how the Vikings managed to live through such cold, but that question misses the point. They didn't just live through it, they lived because of it. Winter shaped them, and in return, they shaped a culture capable of outlasting even the harshest season. So as we close this journey through frost and flame, remember that the answer to how the Vikings survived the cold Nordic winters is not just found in what they did, but in who they became. Their strength was carved into the ice, sung into the sagas, and passed down through generations like a torch, burning against the dark. Thank you for walking this frozen path with us.